Thank you, and let's have a roll call.
Councilmember Velatori,
Here.
Councilmember Brock,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen,
Here.
Councilmember Nergente,
Here.
Councilmember Davis.
Here.
And Mayor Himmelrich.
Here, and we were not expecting Councilmember Parr tonight, so this is as many people as you're going to see on the dais. Before we begin, let's start with agenda management. So we have 3 budding poets from Santa Monica High School here, and I'm going to try to do this all in one, who would like to read their poems in support of the Poet Laureate 16 item that will be heard later in the evening. Second, we'd like to move the statement of apology to before the closed session. Third, item 8D is being pulled and continued to December 13th. This is the small market area rents. So if you're here on that, go home and come back on December 13th. And finally, we have a motion to suspend the council rules to reopen public comment on continued issues. So I'm going to move that we do all of those items of agenda management now. And since there's no money involved, I think we can do it on a voice vote. Is that right?
Yes, is there a second?
Good. So that's my motion.
Second.
Seconded by Davis. By acclamation, aye.
Aye.
Good. So, poets. Let's start with you. So, Councilmember Brock, would you like to announce this?
I've long felt that there are just an amazing amount of literary talent, poetic talent, arts talent in Santa Monica. We're one of the only cities in the area that does not have a Poet Laureate program. And lo and behold, the other day, the principal of Samuel High sent out an announcement saying they just had a Poets Night for Santa Monica High School students. My light bulb went off and I said, why can't we experience some of that great poetic genius here in our own town? And so I would love to have the 3 of you come up against that wall and just rapid fire. Please say your name and your grade at Samuel High. I understand we have 2 seniors in attendance. And you'll come up to the microphone and read your poem. We will all be sufficiently awed. And then later, hopefully, we'll vote for a Poet Laureate program to get underway in Santa Monica. So good evening and go Vikings.
Thank you. My name is Claire Kovac, and I'm a senior at Santa Monica High School, and I'll be reading my poem, The Orange Tree. Her story is already told, indelibly carved into her roughly hewn skin. A physical history written in concentric circles, only viewable after her death. Her story is already told in a language she understands, but we are of different kinds, she and I. So I marked this paper with hazy memories of her, to tell of her in a language of my own. She is a canopy of emeralds encircling me from the world. Within her, I watch the passerby. Not one looks up. Below, she casts intricate patterns of light and darkness, scattered across the soil. Above, the same intricate patterns are a lace curtain obscuring brilliant blue. I part her branches, and the patch of blue sky widens into a world, as if I'm seeing life for the first time again. Balanced atop the steady surety of her, she who has lived long and seen it all, I am grounded on a way I never am on my own 2 feet. She has lived long before my time, and she will endure long past mine. But when her life comes to an end, when she is opened, the rings of her skin exposed to the sunlight, will my story be there? Will I leave a mark on her soul as she has on mine? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
That was beautiful, Claire. Hello, my name is Isis McDowell, and I'm in 11th grade at SAMO. And my poem is called Ghosts. Once love adorned its misty gaze, in tepid silence sworn, for figures dance within the haze, feverish ghosts of body and form. That hands escape to grip it still, though fire swiftly gone. Fearful Psyche draws bubbled skin, flame cheeks of rosy dawn. But warmth in hollowed chambers cannot belong, bears its burns too bold, and hope scavenges of severed songs will preserve the fickled heart and cold. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Alyssa Sorelli. I'm a senior at Samo High. This is my poem called The Gift of Childhood, dedicated to my parents. Sweet-smelling strawberries clutched in a sticky little fist, scoops of dripping pineapple raised to parted lips, a bloated belly, a core emanating warmth, such an innocently overlooked gift. The fruits of my parents' labor were delicious and vibrant. Little did I know of their trials, these tribulations struggled in silence. The clouds in their eyes, no match for the subtle creases of joy offered in their smiling disguise, carefree, unbothered, untouched, alone, sacrificing so much. And with the shield of ignorance in this world made up of sunshine and rainbows, everyone was happy and content. So much so that in the book of emotion, the words always came back wrong. My eyes distorting the letters on the page, never reading sadness, but tears of joy. Clear signs of exhaustion never stopped me from pleading them to play. Exhaustion never stopped them from playing. This was the gift they promised to me long before I was born, to see blinking lights within a complex matrix of metal pipes and steam in the pitch black of night and gasp, and all things were never as they were. Power plants on late drives home were spaceships. Closets were portals. My father was an evil robot, and I was the hero of all mortals, strategizing from my pillow-enforced base. My mother, a reincarnated princess, elegant with her rose-scented hair and silky white lace. Every leaf falling from every tree, the stuffed animals who each had a name and each had a place, all of them. Sentient storytellers, breathing otherworldly magic. This was the gift I was given long before I was born. Bore from worn hands a birthday gift wrapped in Christmas paper. The future, an ocean, and I was a sailor. The past was a box filled with warm smells and old songs that came to me in a whisper. And my present was that things were never as they were. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alyssa.
Now, Councilmember Brock, it seems, wants to take a picture with you all, so why don't you come out
Into
in
the
front
well.
here? Thank you.
Well, this is so they can make sure that they get their proper school credit for doing this. This is like a proof of life.
Okay, so let's all stand up. That's okay. Somebody has does someone have a camera here?
I think.
Oh, okay.
Here. Okay.
Get in.
Okay. Are we all in? Okay, 1, 2, 3.
Thank you.
Go Vikings.
Thank you.
Okay, so
Thank you so much.
So now we're going to move, I guess, to public comment. And so I guess we're starting with, and it appears that people are under items this time. So first we'll have public comment on closed session items. And we have Denise Barton. So, Ms. Barton, you may come up and speak on that.
Did you want to call any others?
Yes, and then we're going to move to special agenda items. And our speakers for that, if you'll line up on the wall, although Ms. Ross, you don't need to, you can wait where you are Robbie Jones, Laverne Ross, and Joanne Berlin are the first three speakers on the special agenda items.
Good evening. On the issue of Mr. White's evaluation, I find it very interesting that at the last city council meeting, he told me that Mayor Sue Himmelrich was going to talk to her friends at the NRDC building and try to make it better and get the light taken care of. But unfortunately, it's only been more retaliation from her, because now the whole side of the building facing my apartment is lit up all night long. So once again, I can only take that as retaliation from Mayor Sue Himmelrich. Mr. White has been trying to help me with this recently. Well, I'm glad you find it so funny, you know.
Denise, I've never spoken to anyone to NRDC about you in any way whatsoever.
Well, then somebody needs to take care of this problem, because, like I said, I've come up here and I've talked about it, I've shown you pictures, and if I have to bring the new picture, I'll bring you the new picture too, because now it is no longer, it looks like daylight in my apartment 24 hours. But I guess, you know, considering the way you discriminate against the disabled, that's okay with you. Thank you so much.
Ms. Jones.
Good evening, everyone. Here we are again. Thank you all for agreeing to do this redo. I appreciate it. It's going to be as spectacular, even though you only have a baby once, but you can have a second baby, right? Which is just as spectacular. So I just want to say, again, still a historical and emotional moment for living in Santa Monica over 65 years. Never thought I'd be standing here speaking on this, and I am just grateful that I'm here to see it. I also want to say thank you to council, as I said before, for having the courage to bring this forward. Thank you for your humility, your being intentional about this and seeing it through. We know this is just a first step towards what needs to come and happen for African Americans, particularly because I'm African American, so I'm speaking to that in the city. This apology means a lot, especially when I think of some of the first families that were here. I was told it was the Perrys, the Whites, the Greens, and all the Chisholms and the others that are not mentioned as first families that I'm sure were here. I even like to give honor to Mr. Ballard, who lived in Santa Monica Mountains, but I'm sure at some point maybe he was here in Santa Monica too. I don't know. You know, we don't know that. We only know what was documented. But the Brunson family, the Keys family, which is my family, all of the families, the Maxwells, and, you know, all of our elders and ancestors. That just went off. But anyway, I just really want to, we don't have as many advocates as we did last time, and our advocates and allies, you guys want to stand up? I want to thank them all, from Committee for Racial Justice, Black advocates, and our community folk that just never cease to amaze me in their dedication to everything that we need to do for this healing that needs to take place in our city. So this is just the beginning. Thank you very much. Good night.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. And Ms. Ross, I think, is our next speaker.
Thank you, Council, for allowing me to speak before you, and very much so to thank you. I want to thank each and every one of you for taking the stand and apologizing for what has caused so much pain and bitterness in people that look like me's mouth. It gave losing many, many families, many neighbors. But I want to say thank you to council members. Let me just put it another way. I prefer leaders leading me that could own up to the wrongness of their establishment, although they were nowhere around at the time. But I consider you as strong leaders if you're taking the initiative to come forward and say, I'm sorry about something that happened many, many years ago. Certainly in the 50s and the 40s, my family, relatives and siblings, they lived here in the city of Santa Monica. For myself, I moved here in 1957, now is 65 years. And I have certainly given a lot of time to this city, and I enjoy it because I love it, this beautiful city of Santa Monica. Now, this takes me also, it was my experience working in housing in the Pico neighborhood many years ago. That was when I learned that 1,700 people, and I hope it wasn't families, but people who were displaced from the Pico neighborhood. They called that the Pico corridor at the time. And certainly, these are people that I look around, and every time I look around, somebody's gone. That was painful, very, very painful. So I'm not going to continue in respect of the time. I don't want to keep repeating things that has already been said because I haven't had a chance to read the report. And the report, because I'm concerned about the move back. The move back, I'm wondering how income of people, will they not be eligible if their income is so low? This is something, I'm not, this is a.
So, Ms. Ross, I don't want to interrupt you, but your time is really up. And
Yeah.
I am happy, and I'm sure others are happy to talk to you about what's happening. You're talking about the Right to Return program. Mm-hmm. And yes, and we're happy to talk to you
Okay,
about
well,
it
these
and tell
are
you the
questions
details.
that I have several
A
questions.
lot
because
of
as I say,
people.
I apologize, I have not read the complete report. And also, if someone could pull up when the idea of having people to move out, especially from the Civic Auditorium in Belmar. I know there's a report on all of that, but I could go on and on and on.
We will
But
give you
thank
the report,
again,
and I'll tell
we
you,
have
yes,
been
thank you.
stakeholders, and we want to continue. Thank you again.
Thank you so much for coming tonight. I appreciate it. We all appreciate it. Joanne Berlin, who's here about 4 times on my list. So are you only speaking once, Joanne, or are you speaking several times?
No, I'm only speaking once.
I'm teasing you.
I mean, I'm going to try
I
to
just see your name a few
stay
times.
for the Oversight Commission report, but I don't have to speak.
Good, okay, got it.
I just attend all the meetings, but hello, and again, and I am Joanne Berlin. I'm the volunteer coordinator for something called the Committee for Racial Justice. I and other folks in our committee were so pleased when we saw the video years ago of Sue Himowitz talking about the need for an apology in the city. And I'm so glad that it's finally come to pass. But I give her all the credit for starting that. And I want to give credit also to our subcommittee of CRJ. We have a housing committee, and Tara is in charge of that. And I think Tara and the members of that committee have really been bulldogging this along with Sue. So I want to give credit to those folks. And I think that, I hope that this does not just have something that happens tonight and then everybody says, okay, that's done. We want to see the follow through. We want to see all of you sitting at the dais right now follow through on this and think and talk together about what kinds of reparations could actually come into being to try to level the playing field. We all know, we've heard the stories, we know how many people lost their homes, so we know how many families lost the opportunity to build their family wealth. And that contributes to the disparities that we see. Other things that contribute to those disparities are, of course, the whole racism systemic situation that cuts across every field: housing, education, employment, health. I'm glad this is the first step.
Thank you, Ms. Berlin. Okay, let me call the next three. I have Gina Fraser, Jamila Williams, and Allison Rose Jefferson are our next three speakers. And I'm sorry, I should have done this differently, but if you wouldn't mind. And Gina, you'll be the first speaker, so you can step right up to the microphone. And behind her, I'd like to see Jamila and Allison Rose. And then after Jamila, I'll call some more names. Thanks. Hi, Gina.
Hello. Sorry, I'm a little tired, but I'm going to try to get this out the best way I can. But anyway, I was thinking about my travels to South Africa. And I was thinking, I probably came up here and said this before, but there's a museum, a Mandela Museum, and in the museum is one large room. And it's bigger than this room right here. And it's de Klerk saying, "I'm sorry." That's the only thing in this museum, in this big room. It's just him saying, it's like a recorder, an old recorder, and all you hear is, "I'm sorry." And as I traveled through South Africa, I still saw the poverty. I still saw the shanty towns. And I mean, on one side you had like wealth, and then on this side you had poverty. And sometimes it's not enough for just an apology. You know, I just feel like I'm looking at Santa Monica right now, and I'm looking at where Black folks lived. I mean, these would probably be $1-million homes. So sometimes an apology is just not enough. And I understand this right to return. I understand that, but I don't feel like that's enough. And that's just my personal opinion. But I just don't think that that's enough. I mean, can you imagine your children living here in that property? These properties that these people lived in, I don't care if it was a dump to you guys, but these properties would probably be worth millions of dollars. So what you're offering them is to come back and live in like a Section 8 housing. I don't think that's fair at all. You wouldn't want that for your family, and I wouldn't want that for my family. After my parents had built property, build wealth right here, and were asked, and let's say the freeway moved in and demolished their area, and they come back. Excuse me, can I finish my thought?
You're finishing it. Go ahead.
Okay. And now you're expecting them to come back and have the city involved with what kind of income you make, and this is ridiculous. So that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you very
so
much. Jamila, please. Did I butcher your name again? I always do.
No, yeah, you got it right this time.
Did I do okay this time?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm Jamila Williams. I'm an African American resident in this beautiful city of Santa Monica. And, at first I was just gonna repeat my speech. I was like, oh, I'll just do it for the recording. But after hearing the adults before me and, people that spoke before, I just want to let you guys know that being, a kid my age, I don't know all about finances. I don't know all about the things that go with moving and all those responsibilities and things like that. But when I do see adults upset with the finances, or I do see, concerns of living or things like that, I do know it affects me, considering I'm the generation next to come here. And I do plan on staying here or being in Santa Monica. And I, wish to be able to have access to those things. And, I'm very thankful for the opportunity to attend SAMO and, not seeing a lot of kids that look like me when I was through elementary school and middle school, and being made fun of my parents and things like that. And knowing that this once was a Black community at first, I was really confused by it, on how things could just turn into a place of where you would only see people that look like you, to a place where you're an outsider. But this originally was a place for where you were really meant to be. And I didn't know this before, but this Thanksgiving that I recently had, I spoke to an elder uncle of mine, and he asked me, he was like, "Oh, you attend Samo?" And I said, "Yeah, yes, I do." And then he said, "I used to live in Santa Monica. Me and my family did." And then I was like, "You guys used to live here?" And okay, I'm courteous of my time, but then I realized he was not one of the members that were pushed out, but because of the large rate of costs and things like that, he had to leave. But he was a second generation resident in Santa Monica, and I didn't even know. And just seeing the church, the Black churches and things like that, it's really a great realization of things like that. And I am thankful for this push that you guys are making, but I do understand. And I just leave on the note of saying thank you for what you guys are doing, but there is more to do, but I do understand this is the first step, and I'm thankful for the first step. But just, know that we are watching the little younger generations after. So,
Thanks for coming. And before you start speaking, I'm going to call the next three speakers, if you'll line up on the wall, and they would be David Morris, and Denise Barton, and then Craig Ali.
I can start.
You're up.
Sorry. Hi. I'm Allison Rose Jefferson, and I am a historian and heritage conservation consultant and a third-generation Californian. I'm the author of the book, Living the California Dream, African American Leisure Sites During the Jim Crow Era, and I was the historian on the Santa Monica multifaceted Belmar History Plus Art Project, and I advocated for it. Some of you don't know that. Both of these endeavors formally document and share the African American experience in Santa Monica and the region. I have been doing this work for over a decade, and a lot of it in Santa Monica, and it's gratifying to see that my efforts to document and share the history have contributed to several efforts in the city of Santa Monica, including this historic apology text to reinsert this history into the civic culture and the American identity. One thing the city can do immediately in its commitment to programs, policies, and investments that can educate the public about the African American experience in the city to help overturn institutional racism is to ensure that the Belmar History and Art online components, along with the new apology, are prominently, visibly showcased on the City of Santa Monica website. I have a few other suggestions for this anti-racism teaching movement, but I will further share those with City Manager Dave White, Dave White, and other Santa Monica community members in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jefferson.
It's Dr. Jefferson.
Dr. Jefferson, excuse me. David Morris.
Good evening. It seems relevant to me. I'm speaking towards the agenda item about the city manager and the city attorney's performance since they've come on. But it seems relevant to me to bring up the fact that one of the items continued tonight was concerning the voucher payment standard, which has not been visited by this city council since 2016 and is below the county average. What I'm told is that there were not enough votes to pass something that affects perhaps some of these people's friends and some of my friends and the other people that are poor in the community, that you would not have the votes to bring this standard up to date, especially since the deadline for HUD is next month. So now it's going to be, continued for another year? Because you people don't have the votes? Could any of you people say that you would vote against raising the standard of payments for the vouchers for the poor citizens of this city? you would actually vote against it? God forbid. As far as the city attorney, I've witnessed in this council and outside of the council the fact that this city attorney has not performed up to par by preventing certain people on the council from bullying other people. This is not a fist fight. This is government, city government for the citizens of this city. You cannot push this guy around, push that guy around, push that guy around, and say you're the big rooster or hen on the block. And it's the city attorney's job to make sure that the performance of the council stays within the law all the time, including what was the code of conduct. Give me a break. The code of conduct in this council in this past year has been despicable, absolutely despicable, and I've witnessed it firsthand. I thank you for this time, but also I must say that the city manager has blocked this particular item, which came up months ago, about the payment standard, SMR. We can't block these items. This is for the poor. You say you're for the poor, for the black, for the white, for the Asian, for the Indian? Prove it.
Mr. Morris, I just want to, were you speaking to 8D, right?
The 3Bs, the 3A and 3B, the public
No,
employment.
but that we're not, that we're continuing
It's the-
8D?
Yes.
And I mean, obviously, one of the authors of that item isn't here, so I understand, and we.
It was not refused. This was not the item that was refused.
Yeah, we typically, just so you know, when someone is absent who authors an item, oftentimes we'll want them to be present. Got it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Barton.
Denise, before you start, I have you listed twice. Are you speaking on two different items?
No, because I think I have the city manager in the first one.
Okay, so you're just speaking, okay, go ahead.
Good evening. To repeat, Mayor Sue Hilmerich, you obviously have unresolved issues with the subject of racism, and this is your new special interest group for votes. Because you seem to be the only one spearheading these items of division. Personally, myself, I have friends of all different races and nationalities, and I treat all people as though they are equal to me. Since you seem to feel the need for more equity, let's look at some of the synonyms that would apply here, including fairness, fair-mindedness, fair play, impartiality, even-handedness, reasonableness, sensibleness, neutrality, objectivity, balance, and open-mindedness. I also know all the other residents, except you sitting up there, feel the same way. And I thought the city eliminated all of the policies and practices concerning racism shortly after May 31st, 2020. Yet by this action, you are labeling us all racist and white supremacists. Apology statements like this are precursors to reparations, as an earlier speaker noted, and another said the right to return was not enough. May I ask again why you think that the people of today are responsible for what people decades ago did? We are not those people with those practices, except maybe those of you sitting up there. And I have to ask what makes this race special that they deserve an apology. Don't you think there are other races that you've done this to? In addition, the city openly discriminates against the disabled on a regular basis. So what would make this group any different? Since they're only being manipulated by Mayor Himmelrich for their votes, and why would they think they'll be treated any differently than the disabled? Once again, Mayor Stu Himmelrich, if you or the other city council members feel personal remorse over this issue, please do it privately and do not use taxpayer funds to make yourself feel better or label by this action everyone in the city as a racist and white supremacist, because everyone in America is supposed to be equal. Thank you.
Craig Ali and Waverly, I see you're on the list. And you're after Craig. I think you're the last. Oh, wait, no, I'm sorry. And then after Waverly, we have, and you're going to help me on your last name. So Waverly, if you can come stand on the wall. Craig, I just need to call two more names. And Waverly is the first and Olga Zaraska is the second.
Actually, I don't believe Olga's speaking on this item.
I see it.
She's on, that's for the remaining items.
So that comes after, okay, sorry, because it's just under numbers there, I'm not sure exactly what we're doing. Okay, so Craig and Waverly are our last two speakers before our break. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Himmerlich, members of the council. When last we were here, I had breathed a sigh of relief, in essence, to say that, an acknowledgement of the pain was being felt, only to find out less than 24 hours later, there was no recording. I was disappointed but not surprised in that society here has a hatred towards African Americans. That's on record. Consistent with that, all one needs to do is look at the history. As I've looked at the history, I see, even currently, some of that hostility played out towards us. I'm a victim of it in some respects. One of the previous speakers spoke of leadership, and that's essentially a key issue in addressing the pain here. Leadership that has vision to right or wrong and do so, with sensitivity to all people that are concerned, especially those that have been abused and traumatized by it. I would just hope that you in this position have that vision, share that vision, and be sensitive to our concerns. That's all I have to say in reference to that.
Thank you very much. And Waverly, now you need to help me with your last name, and I didn't say it because I don't know how to pronounce it. So how do I say your last name?
Whoever does, it's fine.
I know how to write it.
It's Nebedum.
Nebedum? Okay.
I like when people pronounce it as needle bomb. That makes me laugh. I'm okay with that.
You have 2 minutes. Go for it.
Okay. I just like writing. And then when you hear things in here, it just makes you want to write more. So I just thought, let me just write this up. And yes, this is a Kava hat. We're going to ignore that. Year after year, I continuously learn important information of where Santa Monica has come from and how we coexist now. We all need to understand where Santa Monica came from and which families are responsible for the history and the methods we live by here. Santa Monica was a lively community, flourishing from the Black community. It was not only a Black-dominated but owned area. We see the freeway ended the housing of African Americans and relocated my people to different cities and changed their income as well. By doing that, systematically lowered the right to justify my people for their rights. Just because an area has changed by races shouldn't decrease the domination of those races, but it has. Just because you see a lawn full of grass, it doesn't mean that handful of flowers doesn't deserve the respect as well. Systematic racism was created by our ancestors and shouldn't be constantly taught to and followed by millennials of this era. We need new age reparations for the people of color that have been wronged countlessly in this city. In 2022, I've noticed that everyone loves the color Black, whether wearing it or walking next to it. But light apologies or dark apologies aren't enough. All shades need them. Privilege is a very white outfit, and not everybody can pull that off.
Thank you, Ms. Nebedum. How'd I do? Oh, cool. Okay, so now we are going to redo this apology, which tragically we lost before. All of the council will be participating in this apology as I believe an emblem of the fact that we all are behind the apology and we all believe in this apology. So I want to thank my fellow council members too for this time sharing the reading of it, which was a little bit much last time. So I'm so happy to have companions in it. And I want to again apologize apart from this apology for the fact that we had no sound on the last meeting, so the authenticity of that moment was lost, but I hope that this moment will be even more authentic. And on that note, we begin the reading with Mayor Pro Tem McCallum.
The city of Santa Monica acknowledges over a century of racial injustice and discrimination against African Americans that have resulted in systemically racist policies that continue to exclude and discriminate against African Americans. Beginning in the 1880s, African Americans migrated from the southern United States to Santa Monica to escape Jim Crow racial restrictions lured by advertisements promoting the benefits of Southern California, which included employment, good climate, health, beautiful landscapes, and a more liberated lifestyle. Santa Monica's first African American residents settled near the railroad tracks on the edge of Santa Monica's original town site, which is adjacent to the freeway in downtown today, and established their own church in Santa Monica at 4th and Bay Streets in 1908, leading to a migration south as far as Strand Street and including the area known as the Belmar Triangle, where the Santa Monica Civic Center and parts of Santa Monica High School are today. Santa Monica is believed to have been the first African American settlement in any seaside community in the region. Due to racism and de facto segregation, African Americans could only enjoy the sand and sun at Bay Street Beach, also known as the Inkwell, a place of celebration and pain for the Black community. In 1922, Santa Monica created its first zoning ordinance and rushed its adoption before it could be completed for the purpose of denying building permits to a group of wealthy African Americans who wished to establish a bathhouse on a Santa Monica beach, and further weaponized the new ordinance to close down a popular Black-owned jazz club in the Belmar Triangle.
Public meetings reported in Santa Monica papers in the 1920s presented how zoning could ensure that white, wealthy, and middle-class residents could keep people of color out of their neighborhoods without violating United States constitutional provisions for equal rights by rationalizing exclusionary provisions in the name of safety and protection of property value. Single-unit residential zones referred to today as R1 did not permit additional units on site to bring in income to support the property, ensuring that only the wealthiest could move in, and for the same reason, commercial uses of any kind were barred from residential districts. The industrial zone up the middle of the city, adjacent to the railroad tracks, where noxious uses of all kinds were permitted, also allowed single and multifamily residential uses, establishing the only area in the city where Blacks and other people of color were permitted to live and establish businesses. Unabashedly racist realtors in the 1920s who wanted to ensure the new zoning provisions were successful at segregating races in the city committed to the insertion of a Caucasians-only clause in every deed they wrote for a Santa Monica property from that point forward. The 1920s was a time of enormous population growth in California, which included a surge of new African American migrants to Santa Monica, resulting in a new Black neighborhood that thrived east of 14th Street between Santa Monica Boulevard and Pico Boulevard, with new churches and a commercial corridor to serve it along Broadway.
To boost recovery from the Great Depression in the 1930s, the Federal Housing Authority began to offer mortgage insurance for homeowners on 30-year amortized loans that allowed the purchase of a home for what it would cost to rent. But in order to protect the government from risk, loan requirements included a compulsory Caucasians-only deed restriction, resulting in a federal government-subsidized, nationwide racial segregation program that created new all-white neighborhoods in Santa Monica. The Homeowners Loan Corporation created maps that marked neighborhoods where people of color lived and worked in red to indicate they were poor loan risks, barring African Americans and other people of color from home improvement or business loans for property they already owned, forcing responsible employed homeowners of color to endure decades of deferred maintenance as they watched their property values fall. The result of deed restrictions, prohibitive zoning, and racist realtor practices, African Americans only found homes to rent or purchase in certain integrated sections of Santa Monica between Santa Monica Boulevard and Pico Boulevard, at the edge of downtown in the Belmar Triangle, and in a discrete section of Ocean Park through the 1950s. Participating enthusiastically in a nationwide program of urban renewal in the 1950s, City of Santa Monica targeted neighborhoods of color for condemnation. Santa Monica African Americans who were thriving in the Belmar Triangle had homes and businesses condemned and taken away by eminent domain to make way for the city's new civic auditorium and Santa Monica High School expansion. And some structures that had been owned or occupied by African Americans were burned down on site.
In the 1960s, the new Santa Monica Freeway cut through the heart of the city, predominantly occupied by African Americans and people of Mexican descent, depriving 550 families of long-time investments in home and businesses, and cutting off Black-owned businesses on the Broadway commercial corridor from the community they served, so they dwindled away. Santa Monica Blacks endured laws and policies that enforced racial inequities and selective access to rights, including choice of profession, choice of housing, and opportunities for land ownership by a well-organized movement both nationwide and in Santa Monica. In particular, the dreams and aspirations of Santa Monica's Black families were thwarted. In 1948, the Supreme Court declared restrictive covenants to be unconstitutional, but redlining and other forms of discrimination continued until the Civil Rights Act of 1968 made them illegal. The effectiveness of racial deed covenants and zoning kept Santa Monica's African American population at only 2% through the 30s, much lower than the national average that ranged from 11 to 13% and has crept up to only about 4% today. Throughout the history of the city of Santa Monica, African Americans showed resilience and strength by establishing a strong community with structures to support each other as they endured the onslaughts of racism, including numerous churches, a local chapter of the NAACP, clubs and organizations, including the Philadelphians and a chapter of the Masons, and the wisdom of leadership of African Americans from Santa Monica who broke through discriminatory structures to become educators, doctors, real estate brokers, postal workers, union organizers, and more. The legacy of racial discrimination and exclusion through single-family R1 zoning, which covers significant land area in Santa Monica, prohibits apartments or multifamily housing in certain areas, continues to embed racist and exclusionary mechanisms in our laws.
The legacy of restrictive covenants still mars the Santa Monica landscape today with patterns of racial segregation, and that the city's highest resource neighborhoods remain disproportionately populated with white people. The legacy of racist policies and systems in Santa Monica have resulted in a number of families who have generations of history with the city but were forced to leave and cannot afford to return. The legacy of racist policies and systems that were rationalized as ways to promote safety and protection of property value in Santa Monica is a conviction that those policies actually do promote safety and protection when in fact they are the tools of segregation and exclusion. In the recent years across the country, we are witnessing a national movement of grassroots leaders pushing and advocating for all levels of government to demonstrate commitment to the systemic change necessary to dismantle structures responsible for racial disparities and white supremacist policy, including at-large election systems. Cities all over the country are realizing that communities lose their character when they lose their social, economic, and racial diversity, and are taking time to reflect on the municipal and state level decisions from the past that had the impact of significantly reducing the communities of color and Black people.
Therefore, the city of Santa Monica apologizes to all African Americans who have lived in the city and endured racism engendered through government codes and racism tolerated by city policies. Understands that real change will occur when all people recognize the impacts of systemic discrimination in the city of Santa Monica, and recognizes and takes responsibility for personal and direct contributions to discrimination, whether intentional or inadvertent, culminating with an apology that comes from both the city of Santa Monica as well as every citizen enjoying her advantages. Acknowledges over a century of what racial injustice and discrimination against African Americans that have resulted in systemically racist policies that continue to exclude and discriminate against African Americans. recognizes the contributions and resilience of the African American community and its commitment to fostering reconciliation and friendship, to protecting civil rights for all. Resolves to rectify the lingering consequences of discriminatory city policies and to use this statement of apology as a teaching moment for the public to move forward towards justice for all. Commits to programs, policies, and investments that can educate the public about this history of discrimination and its ongoing consequences, and to ferreting out and overturning systemically racist policies to ensure that the pain caused by several decades of racial injustice and discrimination against African Americans and other people of color is mitigated to the extent possible. And for this we apologize, dated this 29th day of November 2022, and signed by me, Sue Himmelrich, Mayor of the City of Santa Monica. Thank you all. So I think we all can reflect on the fact that we now have completed this apology. Hopefully it is a matter of our permanent record now and doesn't disappear into the ether. And let me ask, I know that the last time members of the council actually spoke to this item, obviously we're all free to do so again, but I just wonder if that's necessary right now. Does everyone agree that we should let this moment stand as it is? So let's all, I think, stand and celebrate our community who came here and brought this to us, because despite what they said, they brought it to me. I did not bring it to them.
Yeah.
And we are now moving into closed session, and we will be back by, who knows?
Say 1 to 2 hours.
Yeah. We're doing reviews. This is an unusual meeting. Thank you. And Mayor Pro Tem, I know you're here. You can't hang out with the chief, you have to come. And we did item 4A, so we're now on the consent calendar, which has one item on it, is that right?
That is correct.
Good, okay, does anyone want to, you can't pull this one, Phil, it's only the minutes unless you have corrections, so why don't you move it?
Well, maybe we should let the speaker pronounce it first.
I was going to ask if I could, so it's the minutes for the city council special meeting from November 15th, 2022. Our no audio meeting.
Oh, this is the no audio meeting? That makes it particularly easy to approve, right?
So you have to move it.
I'll move to approve it. Okay, I'll second.
Can we do it by acclamation?
Yes, you can.
Good, by acclamation, aye.
Aye.
And now we have public input on the remaining agenda items. And we have, I'm going to call the speakers now. And I'm going to call 3 speakers. After the second speaker, I will call the next 3 speakers. So the first speaker is Claire Kovac.
Claire was here for the,
Oh, right.
she was the poet.
Olga Zaraska, followed by David Morris, followed by Kathy Knight. So those are our first 3 speakers.
Olga, did you get your time donated from, okay,
From Mr. Morris?
yes.
Okay, good, thank you. Okay, Ms. Zaraska.
C. This is an issue, hello, hi. This is an issue of ethics and your fiduciary duty to the taxpayers, to all the taxpayers in Santa Monica equally. This is not about your friendships or quid pro quo relationships with the 3 or so individuals who control the tiny 501c4 neighborhood organizations. Those 3 or so neighborhood groups do not cover or represent the entire Santa Monica. There are other groups in some areas of the city that are 501c3s, meaning they do not engage in political advocacy. There is also a part of the city, downtown Santa Monica, with thousands of residents that has no neighborhood group at all. Do you want for the tens of thousands of taxpayers who live in neighborhoods without any group, or in the neighborhoods that only have the apolitical 501c3 organizations, to fund the 3 or so 501c4 groups' outreach to members? And then those organizations will use the public money to grow an asset, the asset and resource that the membership is, partially in order to use the membership for the group's political agenda, which is highly unlikely to represent all the city's taxpayers. How would that be fair? It's forcing all the Santa Monicans to fund a couple politically active groups that most taxpayers likely have nothing to do with. Now, what this is not about, it's not about the group's free speech. Repeat, not about free speech. The right to free speech is limited when money comes into play, like it does here. However, the government does have the right to put restrictions on the public funding it disburses, even if that results in limiting the recipient's free speech. This is also not similar to council members receiving a stipend and a car allowance and still having the right to free speech when away from their public service. Giving public money to grow a membership that is an asset and a resource for an organization which will then use that membership, that asset, to advance their political agenda is not comparable to the council members' right to free speech outside of their public service. This is also not a matter of setting up a separate bank account. Set up a separate organization if you want public funding. Set up a 501c3 and support your political activity with money other than my tax dollars, please. Now I also have to make it clear that I strongly support the groups continuing their work as 501c4s and actually believe they should be doing more than they have been. Just don't wish for them to do that using my tax dollars to grow their membership. There is plenty of other grants they can apply for. And finally, I need to reiterate that I see some disturbing issues related to some of those neighborhood groups. For one, the meeting of the so-called neighborhood council, that is heads of 6 of the neighborhood groups, they meet outside of the public view. Those individuals collect city funding for their groups, but meet in secret. It may not be illegal, but it's definitely unethical. Please call yourself something less misleading than the neighborhood council. Additionally, last spring, I did a deep dive into the neighborhood groups and their city grant applications. I discovered some of the groups had failed to provide the documentation that is required of the grantees. They took the money, however. I'd like to leave you with a question. The two groups that opposed this item the most were not receiving city funding in prior years, but as I just learned, they applied for it this year, election year. Coincidence? Please do not disburse city funding to the groups that engage in political activity. If you elect to do it, a disclaimer must be required. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy Knight?
Yes, I'm Kathy Knight. I'm a 30-year resident of Santa Monica, and I live in Sunset Park. And I strongly ask you to oppose agenda item number 8C for the following reasons. My neighborhood association, Friends of Sunset Park, is a 501c4 organization. And these organizations are legally allowed to lobby as long as the lobbying is related to the organization's purpose. And it's as far as I understand, it's illegal to say they should not be able to lobby. Now, my neighborhood group hardly ever endorses a candidate or hardly ever lobbies on a particular item. 90% of what they do is putting out a wonderful newsletter, working really hard on this weekly for our neighborhood, letting us know all kinds of events going on and things that are happening in our neighborhood. So they do not do a lot of this. They don't do this lobbying and all these things. So there shouldn't be something put on them that they also illegally cannot do them. So I just want to ask you to please vote no on this and support our neighborhood groups, what they're doing. And also, we don't need to take away power from our residents. We've already lost a huge amount of power, and so has the city council, by developers taking over in the state of California big developments that they can just come in with administrative approval and do. And my neighborhood is going to get really hurt by the huge development from our Gelson Shopping Center that we really enjoy and really love being destroyed for a horrible development. So also in the record, there's a lot of letters against.
Thank you, Ms. Knight.
Thank you.
Sorry, your time is up. Our next three speakers, our final three speakers for the evening are Zena Josephs, Craig Miller, and Melania Lopez.
Craig is having time donated.
Oh, by Melania?
Yes.
Gotcha. Thank you. Oh, I didn't even recognize Craig. Gotcha. Walked right by him.
Okay?
Yes.
Thank
you're
you.
up.
Kathy is my predecessor as president of Friends of Sunset Park and one of my big heroes. Thank you to the city for decades of support of the neighborhood organizations. I respectfully suggest that the city could post a disclaimer on the city website stating that neighborhood organizations' opinions may not reflect those of the city. I think that would accomplish the aim of this agenda item. While the city can restrict how the organizations use the small city grants that we've started applying for since the city stopped mailing out our annual letter, it does not have the authority to restrict how we use our membership dues. As a 501c4, Friends of Sunset Park is allowed by the IRS to endorse candidates and take positions on legislation and ballot measures. The Friends Board in the past supported school district ballot measures. I don't recall any council members complaining about that. This year, the board opposed one ballot measure and supported one candidate. I think the last candidate we supported was Mike Feinstein when Kathy was president. We communicated these positions to our members via a couple emails. There was nothing on our website. However, if you are concerned about the city website being linked to something on our websites that you don't like, again, post a disclaimer saying that views we may post do not necessarily reflect the views of the city. It's also, this was a confusing evening because there was no hearing, there was no audio at the last meeting. We assumed the hearing had been opened and that this was a continued item and therefore no public comment was allowed either by email or by speakers. So I apologize that Kathy and I are the only ones here, but again, we didn't know what happened at the last meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Josephs. Craig Miller.
Good evening, distinguished city leaders. Thank you for your service to our community. And as always, I also want to thank all the members of the Santa Monica Police Department for all they do for our city day in and day out. In a few moments, PSROC Chair Derek Devermont will be speaking on behalf of the full commission. These comments are just my own, reflecting back on 531, the OIR report, and all that has transpired since. I want to call your attention to two specific paragraphs in the executive summary of the PSROC's report, and I want to read them into the public record. And one of the paragraphs reads, SMPD's leadership sought to camouflage failures into success by perpetuating a false and misleading narrative. This included the blatantly non-credible insistence by the former police chief Cynthia Renaud and interim city manager Lane Dilg that SMPD deserved an A grade for its performance on 531. The second key paragraph that I want to cite reads, this commission is concerned that a recent false narrative was promoted by former interim police chief Seabrooks and continues to be promoted by other SMPD officials. This narrative holds that the poor outcomes of 531 can be entirely explained by the performance failures of one former police chief and the unique circumstances of that one day. This commission, your commission, representing very diverse points of view, agreed on this language by unanimous vote. So I do want to highlight these points to your attention. In reviewing 531, I think the most important job PSROC and ultimately the council can do as the elected representatives of we residents is to figure out how 531 isn't just something we apologize for and then seek to move on from. No, that's how we can pretty much guarantee that 531 will happen again. As the saying goes, those who fail to examine history are condemned to repeat it. Serious, meaningful police reform in our city still awaits. All the basic elements that led to the police killing of George Floyd and our city's poor response on 531 remain in place, notwithstanding the very welcome presence and leadership of Chief Ramon Batista. Again, these matters cannot be assigned to one individual's shoulders, not retrospectively and not prospectively. In closing, I would just hearken back to a comment of a few weeks ago. Do we really, really mean it? Does our apology really carry sincerity? Does it carry a commitment? Does it carry a commitment to decisive action? Does it carry a commitment to transparency and to honesty and to real reform? Do we manifest that apology into things that are tangible? And I'm hoping and even praying and believing that this council will. In closing, I just want to say, grade A was not just an unfortunate turn of phrase. It was institutional racism revealing itself to either be seen or overlooked. It was naked, like the emperor in his new clothes. And it's up to each of us to either see it or not see it, to either call it like it isn't or call it like it is. Thank you so much, city leaders.
Thanks, Craig. Well, shall we call now? Wait, was that our last? Yeah, that was our last speaker.
Yes.
So let's call the item, Denise. Oh, I think, yes, let's call item 8A.
So item 8A is request of the Public Safety Reform and Oversight Commission for receive and review the reports provided by the Public Safety Reform and Oversight Commission.
Good evening, council members. Thank you for this opportunity. It's very much appreciated. The commission.
I gave you 2 minutes, right? No, I'm just teasing you.
Hopefully that's more than I need, to be honest. I wore my tallest cowboy boots to make sure I look good on TV.
What you have to do is cross your fingers that we have audio tonight.
Would that be something? So thank you for having us here. The PSROC has been doing diligent work. It is a conglomeration of philosophies and viewpoints from various perspectives that has really come together to fulfill a valuable purpose, and that is to provide civilian oversight. I am chair, I am defense attorney. The vice chair is George Centeno, a former Santa Monica Police Department officer and an LAX PD chief. Together, along with the rest of the commissioners, I believe we have fulfilled our purpose. In February 2020, this council created the commission and later would appoint commissioners, me and Commissioner Miller being just a few of them. Since that time, we have created various committees, held countless hearings, and issued 6 reports to this council. 2 of those reports were written by the Inspector General, which in your wisdom you gave us as an investigative tool into Santa Monica PD to go to areas where civilian commissioners could not. It has proven invaluable. And the Inspector General has written 2 reports since that time and submitted them to this. We have submitted them to this council. 4 other reports have been written by commissioners. One of those is regarding SMPD's response to the OIR. One on the complaints process, one on body cam policy, and one on military equipment pursuant to AB 481. I'll cover a few of those, but there is something I want to say first. This commission has had a good, standing, productive relationship with Santa Monica Police Department. Santa Monica Police Department has been forthright, available, and open to evaluation and suggestion. Our relationship with SMPD is a very strong one, particularly with Chief Batista and Deputy Chief Jacob. That's not necessarily reflective of our relationship with any other independent non-governmental organization, but with SMPD, it is very strong and has been very productive. And I'll highlight just a few areas where we've had that. With regards to our investigation into complaints, we referred it to our accountability committee. We had held a number of hearings, and here's what we discovered. We discovered that if an informal complaint comes in and it is viewed or taken in by a supervisor, and that supervisor feels there's no policy complaint, it disappeared. It evaporated. No record was ever kept. After hearings and investigation and Santa Monica PD's help, we discovered this gap in the process. Santa Monica PD, to their credit, immediately worked towards installing a new program a new technological program that would allow them to track these complaints, make sure everyone is recorded, make sure everyone is taken. Where there was no form or where a form wasn't necessarily given out regularly, now you come in, you have a complaint, you get the form. A record is kept, a record is taken. Santa Monica PD has, to their credit, responded and jumped on this and restored confidence. With regard, we asked the Inspector General to look at the formal complaint process. Now, it's important to note that a lot of these formal complaints were taken under previous leadership, and the policies and the way that these complaints were examined were done under previous leadership. Not under Chief Batista, who I believe has taken a very different approach and is currently putting in new regulations to address these issues. But we found that some complaints, one complaint in particular, it took over a year to evaluate that complaint. Many took up to 10 months. The problem with this is witness memories fade. People disappear. People become less cooperative, and the complaints tend to fall through the wayside. It becomes harder to properly evaluate them. In some of the files, not all the evidence necessary for the complaint was kept. This obviously leads to issues also with timeliness. It is my understanding that SMPD is now putting a mandatory 6-month completion process on all complaints. And in order to go beyond that, and Chief Batista or Lieutenant Lucio could speak to this better, to go beyond that will require specific approval from the chief, and this will be mostly in instances where there is ongoing criminal litigation. SMPD once again steps up, corrects the problem, and we're looking forward to it. And also the IG will be looking into these reforms. With regards to body cams, the commission found that officers had too much discretion as to when to turn on and turn off their body cams. In instances where witnesses or people may not want to be interviewed, an officer has the discretion to turn the body cam off. To be clear, this is contrary to what prosecutors will tell you they want. Prosecutors will tell you that the best thing they can have is a witness or a victim's interview on tape as close to the time of the incident. That's when the memory is fresh, and they do this to refresh victims' memories later when it comes time to testify. Now, this becomes particularly important in issues of domestic violence, cases involving children, and sex crimes. It is important to note that those videos that are taken of those interviews are not available to the public already. They are protected by law and not subject to public record requests. Another note, that when these videos become evidence in a crime, at court, at trial, judges frequently issue protective orders preventing disclosure beyond the parties involved. There are plenty of protections to protect the privacy and identity of people involved in these instances, but the interest in making sure everything is recorded is great. With regards to AB 481, that is Santa Monica PD's possession and use of military equipment, Vice Chair Centeno and Commissioner Angela Scott wrote a report stating that the overwhelming majority of the military equipment that Santa Monica PD currently possesses was needed and called for. Commissioner Scott, Vice Chair Centeno worked together to write that report. Of particular note, one of the more controversial items was what is called the Bearcat, which is a military-like looking vehicle that is used in often in hostage situations, et cetera, et cetera. And it's an intimidating vehicle, it really is. The commission looked into as to whether there was a reasonable alternative. And what we discovered was there was not. We looked into suburban alternatives that were armored, and we discovered that Santa Monica PD would need twice the vehicles, almost 3 times the cost, and those vehicles wouldn't be able to act as basically a pseudo-ambulance. The Bearcat can, and therefore can provide medical attention. We found that that was necessary. With regards to the OIR report, the commission wrote a report, the IG wrote a report, and then we sent the IG to audit the Santa Monica PD's progress on them, on the suggestions from the OIR report for reforms. Santa Monica PD has already fixed some of the issues, started reforms on almost all of the recommendations, and there are some that are a few outliers, and we will continue to monitor them and get back to you. At the end of my memo to this council, I make a series of recommendations. I make apparently 5 of them. One is to eliminate officer discretion in the use of body cams when witnesses who are victims to a crime are involved. And to be clear, we're not suggesting that when an officer goes to the bathroom that the body cam needs to be on. We're not suggesting when an officer is talking to his or her children, the body cams need to be on. We're saying that when an investigation is happening, those body cams need to be running and there should be no discretion to turn them off. 2, implement all proposed reforms proposed in the Inspector General's report on the complaints and processes. 3, require all complaint investigations to be processed, investigated, and brought to completion, we're saying within 6 months. 4, require all SMPD officer misconduct be investigated fully irrespective of how misconduct is discovered. That was an issue in the complaints issue. When complaints were done, if misconduct outside what was encompassed in the document of the complaint was discovered, they weren't always acted upon. It got brushed under the rug. And 5, implement all recommendations in the OIR's group's after-action report concerning the events of May 2020. those are the recommendations. I do want to stress that Santa Monica PD has been enormously cooperative, not resistant to the commission at all, and very thoughtful and productive in their responses to us. And that is my report. And if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them. And I think Chief Batista might have some thoughts, or maybe not. I don't want to speak for him, or Lieutenant Lucio, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
So thanks, Derek. So I think what we would typically do, and this is not typical, is first we would turn to the chief and see if he has any response or rebuttal to the report. And I'm not seeing him get up, so I'm guessing he doesn't. Oh, now he's getting up.
Well, he either has something to say or I'm getting arrested.
No,
It's going to be one or the other.
Mayor, we didn't intend necessarily to have like formal.
No, I mean, I'm just giving him the opportunity if he has anything to say, right? I mean, I'm not suggesting, it seems pretty benign to me, but go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and good evening, everyone. I'm going to echo what Mr. Devermont said. We have had a very good working relationship, and we continue to work towards the implementation of the OIR recommendations. If everyone remembers, when the recommendations first came out from the department, there was no pushback. They acknowledged that they would move forward and work towards addressing all of them. I think at this point, we've got about 28 or 29 of the recommendations so far completed, and we continue to strive and work towards finding resolutions to all of that. I'll tell you that, you know, the ongoing work and relationship building between the commission and the police department is still a work in progress. You know, it's relatively young. The commission is relatively young, about a year and a half in its entire tenure. And I can see that we are getting to a better place, and that work continues. We are committed to the recommendations and moving forward. There's going to be items where we see things differently, and we respect their opinions as well as we've seen that they respect ours. But at the end of the day, you know, we will present those things in written form to you for evaluation, and then we'll move from there. That's it. I just wanted to let you know that I appreciate the comments from Mr. Devermont. We are working well together. Thank you.
So if we implemented the 5 suggestions of Mr. Devermont, you actually wouldn't have any objection to that?
Well, like
I should say OIR, really, because all of these were in the IG's report, too.
Well, like I said, you know, I think we differ in some of these matters, but I don't think that tonight is the environment, right, to go line by line on the areas where we see matters differently.
No, I hear you, and just with respect to OIR, I mean, what we're asking to do here is to receive and review the reports, right? But we aren't being asked to take action on them per se and have you change this policy. I'm not sure we could, even if we wanted to. But let's say we did want to do that. We would need to hear it from, I think, OIR and the commission. And, you know, I mean, that would, in order to change the policies of the police department, I think if we were going to vote on that, we would need to have a different kind of hearing.
Correct. So naturally, with respect to what you're receiving tonight, right, very much appreciate Chair Devermont bringing forward the reports of the Public Safety Reform Oversight Commission. And so what we would appreciate is if there's any particular report or any set of recommendations that you would like us to dig into and come back to you on, we'd be more than happy to do that, because in certain circumstances, right, the chief has provided responses to some of the reports and others have not done yet. And so if there are specific policies, I would like to invite him back and prepare a more formal analysis of any of the recommendations that you want us to dig into, so that we have space to provide more information to you.
Well, so let me ask a follow-up question, because I'm not sure I totally understand. So among the reports we saw, and I have to admit I read it 2 weeks ago and I haven't looked at it since. So, but among the reports was a report that discussed the complaints process and talked about the fact that complaints went over a year, and after a year there was some action you couldn't take, and that they needed to be shorter than a year. And I assume we don't have to act on that. I assume that as I understood the report, that the thing that a police department does is gets its reports in within a year, right? And everybody understands that that's what we would expect if we were to vote on it, right?
So it is complicated.
You get what my question is?
Well, but it is complicated. You know, that isn't entirely just the case. That was a complicated matter that involved an employee who wasn't at work, and we had difficulty.
I'm not even, look, I'm not asking about
him. So that's what I'm saying. It is not just like.
But what I'm saying is different. What I'm saying is that aspect of the report where they talked about the fact that most of the reports go on for at least a year, right? That the reports take inordinately long. The complaint investigation takes a longer time than it should. That's how I read the OIR report.
So another part of the report, of the OIR report, specific to the resolution of complaints, was that they found that the Santa Monica Police Department was thorough and fair
I
in their
agree.
assessment.
I agree.
So
There were two
in
things. They said they were late and the files weren't always complete.
The files were always complete. It's just that what the OIR, and this is why I'm saying this is complicated.
Okay.
All the information that OIR wanted just did not happen to be in one physical file.
Yes.
But everything was recorded and saved. So that's where I say that there is discrepancies in how we view things or how we interpret them. But we're obviously willing to work towards the resolution of all these things.
Councilmember Davis.
Well, and thank you, Chair Devermont and Chief Batista, for your comments tonight. And I don't know who to really address this to, maybe the city manager. So in reading the OIR report, we have a list of numerous recommendations, many of which are marked completed, but some of which are marked in progress. And I guess my question is, what are the next steps to change those in progress notations to complete? And do we, one, have a timeline, and two, how will we know when that's completed? Will there be another report like this, or will it be just information? I'm just trying to figure out what the next steps are, because clearly there is some unfinished work here.
So we continue to work towards the resolution of all of them. I think that there are some recommendations that are still kind of closely connected to the ongoing litigation that we have against the city. And so I think that there we have to err on the side of caution and go on the advice of our city attorney as to how to proceed with some of those recommendations.
But and just to amplify, I'm certain open to we could absolutely report through an information item in terms of where we're headed in next steps. We could come back to council and report back. Definitely open to what council would like us to do to be transparent about our implementation of the recommendations.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm assuming, you know, other council members may have ideas as well. I mean, I don't think we need to have a hearing every 6 months and go over the chart again. But I do think we want to make sure that the work of this committee is being reported to the council so that we know what is being accomplished. I've attended some of the meetings, but I can't say I've attended all of them. And so I would really, as for one, like to know, you know, the ongoing work of this committee. And because we did, as a council, recommend each and every one of these recommendations, subject to the litigation and the other constraints, that we wanted the police department to adopt each and every one of these policy changes. So at some point would like to know when we get to that point, you know, and an information item is fine with me. And then if we read it and some council members think, you know, we really need another hearing, that's fine too. But I just think we need to get periodic updates on what's going on, because it is such important work. And quite honestly, I think it's important to the community to know that this work is going on. I think that without assessing blame or anything like that, we appointed the committee to great fanfare, and then it was sort of like, oh, okay, that committee's over there doing something, but it hasn't been super public, and maybe that's not appropriate. But the point is, I think a lot of people in this community were very supportive of the creation of this committee, and I think we need to make sure that they, you know, in a transparent fashion, are aware that the committee is doing this work and that we are working towards the policy decisions that we made back when the original OIR report came out.
And so I can definitely work with the chief in terms of coming up with a let me get closer, coming up with a game plan to keep council informed, and we can look at the information item route, and we'll talk about any others so that we are providing that transparency about what the path forward is. That's not a problem.
Chair Devermont, do you have an answer in part to this?
Yes, in response to Councilmember Davis, I wanted to say the following. A, I agree it's easy after time goes on to forget we exist. At other times, it's impossible to forget we're there. But I will say this, the commission will not lose focus on SMPD's progress towards implementing these suggested reforms. And we, with the use of our Inspector General, will make sure that this council is frequently updated as to progress.
No, and I really appreciate that. And I didn't mean to diminish the work, because I know the members of your committee have been working very hard, and this is a challenge, I'll just say, and that we're not the only community going through this. But I want to make sure that our community, I may know you're working hard, but I want to make sure the community as a whole is aware of the work you're doing, because May 31st in particular, but a lot of the subsequent decisions to that really impacted such a large number of members of our community, and they want to, it's the question, as Mr. Miller said, how far are you willing to go? Is it just lip service, or is it substantive? And I think, to the chiefs and the department's credit and to your committee's credit, there's been a lot of substantive motion here, and I think a lot of things have been addressed, but I also think it's important that the public have a sense that this important work is going on, it's ongoing, that they can see the benchmarks that are being made. You may know they're happening, the chief and the department may know they're happening, and we even maybe as council members through whatever, whisperers or whatever, or individual you calling me or whatever, may know what's happening, but does the community know what's happening? Because I think keeping the community involved and aware of this process is really key, because it is such an important process. So I appreciate that.
To that point, if I may respond, to that point, we have a committee focused on community outreach, and it has some very ambitious things planned. Let's say that. So hopefully that will address it. But I very much appreciate that, and I agree. Thank you. Is there any other questions?
Yeah, Derek.
Councilmember Brock.
For me or the chief?
Councilmember Brock, would you like to
Derek?
ask?
Yes.
I had a quick question for you. In your letter that you sent, did your commission approve all parts of this letter?
No, but the letter, yes and no. The commission didn't specifically approve the letter itself. What the commission approved was everything in the letter in separate points. So the report references different documents that we have approved and sent to this council, and everything in there has been approved by the commission.
Everything in each of the reports.
The reports themselves have been approved. The memo is a summary of the reports that have been sent.
Right, I understand. I had just heard from a couple of commissioners about certain items, and one was, for instance, the body cams, et cetera, that the commission wasn't quite as adamant on that topic as you were. So I was just, and I have no idea. So I'm asking on this memo if the commissioners knew about the memo and if you ran it by them to make sure that a majority of the commissioners approved.
So with regards to the body cam, I don't know to what level of enthusiasm you're looking for, but I will say this, that it was voted, a majority approved, and it was sent to this council.
Okay.
And that report was sent to this council
A year ago.
Right, I'm just
Or
giving
no,
you
yeah, I
on
think
a.
I don't think.
No, I think about a year ago, actually.
I guess what I received from a couple of commissioners was in the point of the tone and tenor of this versus what they thought had happened at the commission meeting. So that's why I was asking you for a backup that the commission definitely approved the tone and tenor of your memo.
I can't speak to tone or tenor. What I can tell you is the memo is a summary of everything that has been sent to everything that has been approved to be sent to this council.
Thank you.
And not an inch beyond.
And not a what?
And not an inch beyond.
Okay.
Any other questions?
And I will say this,
If we, I would move that we approve and file.
It's receive and
Or
review
receive
on this.
and review, sorry. Well, I was
Close.
ad-libbing.
Yeah.
Councilmember Davis, I think, had a very good point that the public should demand that every 6 months or so that there is a report back on the progress of the PSROC and the different recommendations from the OIR report. And that should be something that's made public every 6 months, and the council has a right then to come back and ask for more information on any of those
Well,
items.
that would be a direction after we pass the main motion, and Councilmember De La Torre wants to say something.
It gives me great pleasure to hear that there's cooperation between the commission and the chief of police and staff. This work is very important. I think it's really modernizing policing, in America, and Santa Monica, I think, has a lot to lead on this issue. So it gives me great pride, to hear that this is what's going on, that there's cooperation. Really like to. All there was all the report around the cases that were studied regarding complaints against the police department. Just in reading it, it just shows sort of the complexity, of when somebody complains, and, you can't just take it sort of at face value. There's always, 2-3 sides to the story, and I think it was really informative, to get that type of report. It informs us on the dais, it makes us understand more about sort of the challenges, for police officers on the street, who are confronting just a number of different scenarios that are all challenging and all involving heavy emotion, and so it's good to be informed, and so I appreciate that. Appreciate the report, and appreciate the work that all of you are doing, to make Santa Monica Police Department shine. Thank you.
Thank you very
And
much.
so on that note, are you going to second Councilmember Brock's motion?
Yeah, second.
So we're voting on a motion to receive and review the reports provided by the Public Safety Reform and Oversight Commission by voice vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. So that passes 6-0. Councilmember Davis, did you want to make your direction more explicit?
Yeah, but I want to actually leave it to the city manager and Chief Batista and Chair Devermont to work between themselves. I don't want to do it this way or do it that way, because I think the three of you working together are probably the best avenue to figure out how to keep the public informed of the ongoing work of the commission and the police department. So I think it's just the direction I would offer, and hopefully seek a second on, is that we direct the city manager, the police chief, and Chair Devermont to work with staff and others to come up with a way of regularly reporting on the progress being made with regard to the recommendations of the OIR Commission and on any other developments relevant to the PSROC, so that the public can be fully informed of the work that's being done.
Second.
So motion and second to have the city manager and the commission and the chief, et cetera, return with regular reports. May I have a voice vote on that? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Thank you very much for coming. I appreciate it. It was more painless than I bet you thought it was going to be.
Oh, I didn't think it was going to be painful at all. Good luck, everyone. Get some sleep.
Yeah.
You too. Bye, Derek. Next item, Madam Clerk.
The next item is request of council members Negrete, Parr, and Brock that the city manager develop and return to council with recommendations for a poet laureate program for the city of Santa Monica. The program and recommendations shall be developed in collaboration with the Library Board and Arts Commission. Councilmember Negrete or Councilmember Brock?
I'll do it. So, what?
No, I didn't even get to, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So this is something that I've seen in many other cities, the states, obviously on the national stage. And I was honored tonight that we opened the meeting by having three of our Santa Monica High School students come after a competition of poetry and deliver original poems to us. And I think it would enhance our cultural offerings and enhance our artistic offerings for the city to offer this program. And I think it would be appropriate. There's not a cost analysis with this, but I don't think there needs to be. I think it's something that will benefit our students and benefit the entire city over time and become a cherished tradition in Santa Monica.
So, well, are you anticipating there won't be a stipend or any kind of honorarium for this?
No.
It's just a title?
Yeah. And obviously, they could make money if they went to a private, like the chamber wanted the poet laureate to come. Yes.
I hear what you're saying. Look, I mean,
I think all that
know
could be.
Not a lot about this, but what I do know is I lived for a while in a village called South Newfane, Vermont, that had 600 people in it. I lived there for about a year, and the poet laureate lived in the town. The poet laureate of Vermont lived in the town, and he got a stipend. It wasn't his day job was plowing the roads, right? That was his day job, but he got some kind of honorarium, and I think we could use council discretionary funds to attach $1,000 a year or $2,000 a year to this
I think
job.
we're not at that stage yet.
But I'm suggesting as they look at the program, that we should think about doing it in that way with a minor stipend or honorarium.
So what I envision with this direction is that we will work with our library leadership, reach out to the library board, reach out to the Arts Commission. We're going to do some survey research about what some other jurisdictions do, come back to council with a formal program. And then once that's adopted, we'll go on and implement forward. So that's what I envision this direction giving us, with no yet judgment of what the components of the program are. Just we will fully flush it out with something that respects what the commissions and boards recommend.
I'm just giving you this input as somebody who's known a poet laureate, and I don't think most of us have. So, and I just sort of, and I'm just making the suggestion that we might want to sweeten the pot. That's all. But I won't be here when you vote on it, so you guys are going to do what you want. Do you want to make the motion?
I'll move.
Second.
Moved by Brock, seconded by Negretti. No money involved, so we can do it by acclamation. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. That passes 6-0. Next item.
Next, we have request of Councilmember Davis that the City Council direct the City Manager to contact the head of each neighborhood organization and business improvement district listed on the city's website and ask if the organization or the board of directors acting as the board will refrain from endorsing or opposing candidates of measures in any future election. Did you want to take over?
Sure, I'll be happy to do that, and I think I can be pretty brief about it. So let me just start out with a couple of important things, and there was a lot of misinterpretation around this. There is nothing here that says neighborhood groups or business improvement districts could not endorse candidates. They certainly have a First Amendment right to do so as 501c4s. 501c3s are in a little different legal area, but they're 501c4s. If they want to endorse candidates, that's fine. For me, the issue is that when there are links to these organizations on the city's website, and it may differ from organization to organization, but you go on the city's website, you click on a link, and what pops up is these are the people that we've endorsed for city council, and it gives the imprimatur that somehow these are quote unquote official endorsements. So while I certainly recognize that the neighborhood groups and the business improvement districts have a First Amendment right to endorse whomever they want or endorse or oppose any measure, they don't have a First Amendment right to have links on the city's website. And I think if they decide that they want to enter into the political realm, then the city has a First Amendment ability to limit their presence on the website. The second part of this, and this is important to me because actually it was when I got on the council that I moved and we began the tradition of giving money to the business improvement districts, specifically for the idea of neighborhood building, not so they could become political organizations, but so that they could do neighborhood community building activities, and all of them have, everything from the Holiday Walk on Montana to the Open Main Street, that sort of thing. But, and this is not to deny any business improvement district or any neighborhood group any money. It just says that if in fact they elect to endorse candidates or measures and they apply to get money from the city, then they will be required with their endorsements to make it very clear that city money was not used to make the endorsement or distribute information about the endorsement. It's just simply a disclaimer so that there's no confusion. And the reason I put this on was simply because in this last election, which was obviously very vigorously contested, there seemed to be a lot of gray areas that people were moving into. I, for one, received some emails from people wanting to know the council meeting at which we as a council had endorsed candidates. And I said, we don't. But it's easy for these things to be confused in the public's mind, not because the public is silly, but just because, again, it's the imprimatur of official action. So all this says is that would direct the city manager to contact the heads of boards of directors and business improvement districts and say, do you intend to endorse candidates or measures? And if they say yes, fine, then their hyperlinks on the city website would be removed. And if they decided to apply for any grant of money from the city or from the discretionary fund, as we traditionally have given business improvement districts, then they decided to endorse candidates, they would simply be required to provide a disclaimer so there was no confusion that the city money was being used to promote the endorsement. So I will, with that, unless someone has questions,
My question is, maybe you know the answer to this, or maybe it's for city attorney, is there a rule on the percentage of money that, so for example, if there's a neighborhood association that's a 501c4, so can legally endorse and gets a certain amount of money for printing of newsletters or postage or whatnot, is there a certain percentage of money that creates an issue, or?
No, they simply cannot use public money for electioneering.
How would you, I guess if in a 501c4 people pay dues, like I know I paid a membership due for Friends of Sunset Park. I don't know that all the neighborhood groups, because I haven't checked them all out, or if they're all 501c4s. So how would you be able to discern whether or not they used the membership money or the money that was given by the city?
I don't know, other than maybe in accounting. And they should disclose that.
I mean, would that create an issue then? Because how would you, I guess the question is.
That's the law now. I mean,
Right.
even without this, they can't use city money for electioneering.
I guess what I'm saying is the issue that if you're on the website, I mean, because there's a lot of groups that were given money from the city that endorsed. There was other groups as well that also endorsed.
I mean, I don't know what other groups.
Yeah, there was groups that were endorsed that were given money. I mean, I think at one point we had a conversation about that, and I was curious, that same group might have a 501c3 and a 501c4.
What Lana's referring to is questions about the Santa Monica Black Agenda endorsed, and they've received city funds. I think at the end of the day, this comes down to, like the city attorney said, an accounting issue and whether or not, and I think the question Lana's asking is, to what extent do we define all of those rules for people when we give them money? That it's more than just, you can't use public funds for campaign and political purposes, but it's also that you have to turn over some aspect of your, financial. I mean, I don't know. We don't.
And that's not the point of this. I want
Right,
to make
that's not
that
the
very
point of
clear.
yours, but I think
do
that's
not
kind
wanna-
of where you're going.
Right, but that confusion is one of the reasons that if a group, and I didn't realize that the Black Agenda, could be included in this, and I don't know if they have a link on the city's website or not, but certainly, it actually asks the city attorney to come back with a policy, and so other groups who receive city money could be included in that. But I think the idea is that any group that receives city money if they decide to endorse candidates or measure, at a minimum needs to put the disclaimer on, because I don't want to go to Friends of Sunset Park or the Black Agenda and say, prove to me that you didn't use city money to do this, but at least put the disclaimer on so that somebody looking at that endorsement, if in fact they got city money, would say, okay, city money was not used. This is not an official city endorsement. That is the problem that I'm trying to solve here, is that I don't want to audit these groups. They don't want to be audited, but I do think that if groups receive money from the city and they decide to endorse, which again, they have a First Amendment right to do. I am not trying to trample on anyone's First Amendment rights, that if they get money, they need to just simply put a disclaimer on, which I think under current law, they actually ought to do anyway as a best practice, but they're not legally required to do. And that's why I brought this
So just to continue my question, so you're just referring to whoever has a link on the city website so that it's not representing.
So there's two parts. One is the city manager would contact groups that have links on the city website and say, do you intend to endorse? And if they say, yes, we're going to endorse, then we remove the links. That's part one. Part two is if they apply for a grant from the city, or if they apply, like the business improvement districts don't apply for grants typically, but we do give them money out of the council discretionary fund. That again, they are free to endorse. But if they endorse and they take city money, they need to make it clear in their endorsement, we endorse Fred Smith for rent control board. They need to make it clear that no city money was used in that endorsement process or was used to electioneer.
Are you saying
just by putting a disclaimer on there?
Right. So part two is just if you get city money and you endorse, both of which are okay, you just have to put a disclaimer on it so there's no confusion that the money that was given to the group was somehow used in the electioneering.
Does that extend to city council members? Because our links are on the city website.
No, it doesn't, because we don't.
Well, city council members endorse people.
But wait a minute, back to point one. I mean, what about the chamber? The chamber's on the website. I mean, look, I have no problem with point two, that people should do a disclaimer.
Yeah.
I am totally opposed to point one, that we remove any neighborhood organization or business improvement, because I think there are loads of organizations out there that do endorse that are listed on our website. So I'm all for the disclaimer, and I'm all for the organizations not using public funds, and I think that that's the law. But I don't think it's the law that we have to remove their links from our website in order to endorse.
No, and I never said that was the law.
Okay,
I was suggesting it as a way to reduce confusion so that when you click on a website, and maybe this applies to the chamber as well, that when you click on a website from the city's website, look, the chamber has its own website. If I type in Santa Monica Chamber and up pops a list of endorsements, that's fine. The problem is when people say, oh, I'm interested in whatever, I'm going to go to the city's website, doing business in Santa Monica, or actually the neighborhood groups I think are under getting involved. I want to get involved. Oh, look, I click on the cities on that link, and all of a sudden up pops up, hey, we've endorsed these candidates.
You don't think the chamber's link does under getting involved, Chamber of Commerce?
I don't know.
I'm just saying this is why I.
Well, I mean, and that's the thing is that this isn't this is to direct this. I mean, we could include the chamber, or if you want to, look, I'm willing to.
Can we bifurcate this?
Yeah, I was going to say, if you want to bifurcate it, I mean, in all honesty, the links to me are the least important. If in fact, then when you click on the link, there's a disclaimer there. I mean, that's really what I think is important, because there was, in all honesty, a lot of confusion in this last election about who was endorsing who. And without going into whether it was right or wrong, I think that, as I said, I actually got emails from people, can you point me to the meeting where the city endorsed council candidates? And I'm
I think we all got those, but
yeah.
But so
I mean, so maybe how about this? Let's take out the whole hyperlink issue completely, rather than bifurcate it, and just say that any group that receives city money, have the city manager or the city attorney can draft up a policy, because that's what it really is. Draft up, the city attorney will do it.
I would suggest that we have a policy that language be inserted in grant agreements. So that when they receive the money, that's a condition of receiving the money.
And that would be fine. That would be fine, whatever contrast.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yeah.
Probably.
That policy actually is in the grant application. When you sign those documents, there's a number of policies, and one of them is prohibition of political activity. With every grantee, and I don't know I don't care if you're getting $1 million from the city or you're getting $4,000 from the city, which typically is what the grant is for these neighborhood groups, is about $4,000. Not enough to buy a mailer, definitely, in the city of Santa Monica, but enough for donuts and coffee, for Saturdays, meetings or whatever, whenever they meet. So one of the things I think City Attorney Sloan is definitely on target regarding that. It's already there, but what isn't there probably is that they have to put a disclaimer, And so the disclaimer, I think, would be useful, I think, for our purposes, so the city should probably put a disclaimer as well. When you get to the link of the neighborhood groups, there should be that disclaimer to protect us from, any allegation that somehow there's, we're condoning the electioneering of these nonprofits. But then to put that in the agreement, with the group that's receiving the funding, that they should put a disclaimer on their webpage is probably also, something that's smart to do as well.
So how about if I amend this, we sort of disregard what's written here and say, one, I would move that, we ask the city manager and city attorney to work on putting a disclaimer on the city's website where there are links to groups that receive city funding, that any endorsements made by those groups are whatever the appropriate disclaimer is. I'll let you work on the wording. And two, that we put an agreement in any group that receives city money, no matter how it receives it, whether it's by grant or by disposition, by council funds or any other mechanism, that we actually put something in their agreement that they specifically, if they endorse candidates or oppose candidates or endorse or oppose measures, that they put a disclaimer, again, letting the city attorney draft the language that they should have to include.
I'll second.
Whether or not they're on the city website, because
I will second that motion in that form.
Yeah.
Yes. One question, though, just in point of discussion. There are also other groups, for example, the Committee for Racial Justice, which is sponsored by the city of Santa Monica. I don't know if they receive city funding, but I know that they receive staff support and, sort of in-kind sort of services.
I don't think they do, Oscar. CRJ, I think they're all out of the church in Ocean Park.
No, but there's times where they've met at the Virginia Avenue Park, and someone has to open up, the
Oh, it's
the
true. They meet in the
offices.
Thelmatary room.
Correct. They meet, there. So, and then there's also other groups like parent groups that have been formed, at Virginia Avenue Park as well. There were parent groups that were formed, and those parent groups actually came and lobbied city council, on certain issues, a child care center, for example, in the neighborhood that I recall. So, I think it's important to, be fair with all groups that receive any type of city money, right? And money in terms of like office in-kind money or cash money. It's to me, it's we have to separate it, right? We have to.
I don't know. I have to disagree a little bit. I think there's a difference between direct funds and the city creating community rooms. That's oftentimes part of, like, part of a development, part of an adjustment to a park,
building it,
part of all sorts of things, and the terms of use are usually laid out, like this room or rec center or whatever can be used for these purposes. But we never really look at that as like the city's providing this direct service to you, and then that obligates you to these rules outside of like the basic rules for cleaning up the space and being respectful and not, like I don't know, because
what if the city funds,
there are like, library rooms that get used by political organizations.
By the Dem Club uses the library.
There are like so many spaces that are like community spaces that are we don't really censor in that way some of the activities of that space. But I do think when it's like direct funding to an organization, I think that's a little different. Maybe I'm wrong, but I see it.
I guess and that's not part. I mean, the motion is fine. I think what we're working on now. I just wanted to add.
Good.
I wanted just to add.
Can we vote?
Well, the concept of, you're right. If I'm just going to rent a space, that's not so problematic.
Like some of it we don't. This is not
But in some cases, it's within the line item, like within the budget. So for example, at Virginia Avenue Park, there was a $10,000 line item,
Community
and
meeting.
now you go to the meeting and there's food on the table. Well, who purchased the food? It comes from the city staff that's purchasing the food to support, this one group, and then, and so anyway, that's separate, so, but it's just, I wanted to mention it, to bring it to the attention of all of us, to understand that when we go down this path of saying, well, this group is getting city money, well, there's other groups that are getting city money as well, and they might not get a cash or in-kind services or anything else.
So I think the issue we're trying to address is there an appearance that they're using city money for political purposes?
Right.
Correct.
You can't use in-kind that wouldn't be that same confusion.
So I think it's important. I think we'll vote on this and move forward, but if the city attorney can also look into sort of, those types of, sort of relationships so that we're fair with everyone. I just want to make sure that, because I think the way it came out, this motion is that, or the item is that some people feel maybe a little targeted, or they feel like somehow you're singling us out, and there's other groups, and I'm hearing from, I'm getting emails and stuff, and I just want to make sure that the public and everyone listening knows that we're going to be fair with everyone, and if we apply one policy to one group, we're going to apply it to the other group as well, and it's going to be fair. Anyway, that's all.
Thank you, Councilmember Dillatore. Can we vote now? Good. Okay, so we have a motion and
No money.
and there's no money, right? So we can do it by voice vote. So all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None? That is the end of our meeting. This is my last full council meeting, so goodbye, folks. This has been fun. Our next meeting is scheduled for December 6, 2020. You want to say the same thing? And Kristen says it's been fun, too. Blast, right?
Can we get to vote you off the island?
Are we
Yeah,
gonna
go for it.
Are you gonna take a minute to say
Whatever.
anything?
No.
Anticlimactic end.
No, it's next week. So, thank you.
So-